Hello, Emily. Oh, be careful with your phone at the pool, Emily.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice.
Welcome
Lee
in.
1302 18 months are you?
Yeah. I'll make some decisions today. Well, yeah, I mean, I got this whole AI PC thing that turned into a debacle.
Good morning, Mr. Anton. Hi, chat.
Morning. Hello. Morning, Rye Guy. How are you? Welcome back. What's the matter, Emily? Like, what are you going on about, Emily? All right. You're still getting your memory. Morning, Cyber. How you doing? I'm tired, guys. Yeah, I just had my energy drink.
Why aren't those CPUs in the nifty holders? Also, why is the bamboo overlay on stream?
I'm not sure. They don't. I don't have any holders for these. These ones here are all just weird. They're either too old or not. Like there aren't holders for them that have been designed. Yeah. I'm probably going to be running Ubuntu server on this. This is Chris. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Hello. Call. Okay. Okay. All right. If you can get the computer down to me today, theoretically, like I could for. Do you need it back today? Yeah. Well, I'm closed on Sundays. But yeah, yeah. So yeah, if you bring it down, I can get working on it today. Um, the it's 125, and then if you do want to get it faster than like Wednesday, I do have a rush, which is $50, and should put it at 175 and have it to you probably by Monday. Absolutely, have a good one. Bye. Look at that.
After I was assured that the bug that I encountered when I was setting up Pop! OS was a one-time fluke, and then I got piled on for being so quick to abandon it. So this is me putting aside my past experience after seeing so many people, listicles, and chatbots that still recommend it. That willingness to try again is a good thing for Linux. I mean, if everybody bailed after one bad experience, there would be no distros left to try. Nothing is perfect, and unfortunately, that goes especially for Pop! OS. System76 has spent the last couple of years hard at work on a new desktop environment, Cosmic, and it's been a challenge.
Linus, Cosmic is basically in beta. Don't you know that it's not ready yet?
No, I didn't. For one thing, where does it say that? The thing that I downloaded was called LTS, or long-term support. That's like the opposite of beta. I would have had to journey to a random blog post from back in September of 2025 to discover that Cosmic is now in public beta. Number two, maybe this is a hot take, but maybe if System76, a commercial entity, not a random open source contributor, knows that it's not ready for prime time, instead of blaming me, we should probably blame the company that shipped it. And you know what? Yeah, I could have come across some of the Linux YouTube channels that have highlighted these issues. But a key element of the Linux challenge is highlighting that unless you know to ask the question, is this distro's desktop environment in beta? It can be hard for new Penguin curious users to find the right answers. So as we keep
We're
going,
gonna watch
it's important
these
to think of the Linux challenge not as an attack
Linux
on
challenge
Linux,
videos,
but
and
as
then
more of a
we're gonna
pen
clean up
test
this desk.
for
We got
how friendly it is to newbies.
2 computers to work on today. We got some web stuff to work on. Maybe mess around with some video stuff. I don't know.
I mounted my SMB
I'm very
share.
tired today,
I was
even though I
shocked at how
slept
easy
fine
it was
last
to
night.
find. Because normally on Windows, I would have to type in the address bar and find it. Versus on Bazite, I just clicked on network and it found it right away. But I didn't realize that that wasn't mounting it. That was just creating a shortcut. This means my read and write permissions were all over the place, and I couldn't save some files to my network drive if I clicked on that shortcut. To solve this, I had to do some Googling, and I found out that I needed to modify my fstab file to point the network location to the MNT folder on my drive. So I did that, but then I noticed that I had 2, both of which were still behaving like a shortcut. I tried at least a dozen different options in order to mount the share correctly, none of which ultimately succeeded, or should have even been necessary if you ask me. Opening context menus on icons, shortcuts, or applications is a great tool, and it seems like a big oversight on the Bazite team to not include a quick mount option that just works. Instead, I want to F-stab myself in the head.
Meanwhile, I was having a grand old time on Kashi, and since I felt more comfortable than the other 2 guys, I decided to get a little bit daring. I uninstalled my entire Cinnamon desktop environment on purpose to see if I would run into any challenges. took about 20 minutes max before I was up and running with KDE Plasma, and my only issue was that I had to clean up some small things left over from Cinnamon, like an additional sound icon that was in the bottom tray, because I had 2 sound icons and they could conflict and stuff, and that was honestly also really easy to do, so no big deal. As for my gaming adventures, my first real challenge in this Linux challenge was probably my own fault. I had read some stuff online saying that I could do it, but I think I was trying to be a little bit more optimistic than realistic. I had a Windows game drive previously that I just kind of left alone and tried to use on Linux, which means that it was formatted in NTFS. I just added it to my Steam library in Linux and tried to go. All my games showed up perfect and everything seemed fine at first. Some games even ran okay. But I started to notice some glitches, and even
It's a
some games that I
it's a
had
bunch of
freshly
people
installed on
doing
that
different
drive
distros.
wouldn't work. It would just, you click play and it just wouldn't launch sometimes. It turns out that while Linux can still use NTFS, and there's been some ongoing development to make it even smoother, even since we started this challenge, I can say in my experience, it was kind of rough, especially when used with Proton. Proton doesn't seem to like it. So in my opinion, if you want to play games off of an NTFS drive, just don't. At least not right now.
My gaming experiences were mostly smooth, with 2 major exceptions though. One of which I'm actually gonna save for the conclusion because it's kind of a spicy one, so make sure you get subscribed for that. But the other was actually the first game that I tried to fully play on Linux, Poppy Playtime Chapter 5. I wanted to stream it, but I was getting no audio and no picture, which is not ideal for a stream. Oh no, are we not gonna be able to play? But then it suddenly just popped in and started working fine. I played it for a little while, and then the same thing happened again.
Look, all the friends are here. Isn't this amazing? Oh.
Well, it turns out that the pre-rendered cutscenes weren't working. Proton, which is the compatibility layer that allows non-native Linux titles to work on Linux, is missing proprietary licenses for H.264 and H.265 video codecs. What was the solution? A community fork called Proton GE, which thankfully was in the Bazite store. That's a pretty simple fix, but it's also one that highlights how unrealistic some Linux evangelists can be about the experience. No, in many cases, it doesn't just work out of the box, and users who don't treat fixing their operating system as a hobby will be looking for someone to blame for this hassle. So is it Linux? Valve? Mob Entertainment? The user? Maybe all? Or, hear me out, none? It's easy to jump on the blame bandwagon and hate on some developers for not prioritizing Linux. But ask yourself this, if 50% of your customers were on Windows, and the other 48% are on Xbox and PlayStation, would you be stoked on hiring a 4th group of employees whose job it is to deal with the other 2%? Especially knowing that those 2% are not running one OS, but are probably running different flavors of OS? I mean, maybe you would. But it's more important to remember that just like the users, many companies don't treat fixing operating systems like a hobby. Okay, so then we blame Valve. No, obviously not. It's super cool that they have put so much support into Proton, but the fact that they've paid so much already is not a good argument that they should just obviously pay even more for these commercial video codecs. The point I'm trying to make here is that enjoying the Linux experience requires a no-blame mindset. Some stuff's gonna work, and some stuff won't. It's not anybody's fault. Everyone is doing their best.
So with that in mind, throw out what I said earlier, because I'm not mad at System 76. In fact, I left Pop! OS on my main desktop just for the lulz, and it mostly worked for most things. With that said, when it came time to install Linux on my other systems, I did opt for something different, starting with Bazite on my home theater PC. It's just too bad the Linux curse followed me there as well. Bazite has different versions of their installer, depending on the brand of your GPU and whether or not you want the SteamOS full screen experience. Well, I've got an NVIDIA GPU, and yeah, I want that experience. That's kind of the point of it on a home theater PC. So I picked this one. And let's put it this way. The Bazite team feels that I should have known the one that I selected would result in a completely unusable experience. But to me, that's actually not that obvious. Coming from the Windows, Google, normie world, where a stable service like Gmail was labeled beta for 5 years. It's not that unreasonable to think that you can daily drive a beta and have a mostly functioning experience. In Linux, that's an expectation that needs to be completely thrown out the window. Here, beta seems to mean this is broken, and if you're not a developer, you should probably just download the LTS, which might also be beta. Haha! Clearly we've got to reach a middle ground here, and Bazite seems to agree because they have updated the messaging on their site. Anyway, that happened later, so to get my system up and running, I ended up doing what many Linux people do and switching to a Radeon card, which was completely painless.
Why run Bazite when I could just run SteamOS on the Steam machine that we built on this channel like a couple months ago? I can't believe I forgot about this thing. I've been meaning to install it.
I actually ended up throwing SteamOS on my home theater PC.
Nice. Okay, is it a bit of a hack to just switch out your hardware? Yes, but also no, because a lot of Linux gamers would go out of their way to choose compatible hardware in the first place. So I'm pretending I did that. First, I want to see how well this integrates with my system here. Let's hit power toggle for the PC. No way. Did Valve seriously bake in support for this old Microsoft IR receiver?
Which was child's play to get working, and it's been kinda awesome from the couch. Nothing further to report there. As for my laptop, I decided it was finally time to practice what I preach and go for good old-fashioned, trustworthy Ubuntu. Sort of. Kubuntu is actually Ubuntu, but with the KDE desktop environment, which I find quite comfortable to navigate. Sort of. I mean, first I have to get to the desktop, and day one was kind of terrible. After completing setup, it just black screened, and it sat there for hours. And I was like, come on, man, this is ridiculous. Then I came down in the morning, and it was like Santa had visited, because it was magically sitting at the login screen, and it's been downright pretty solid ever since, with a bit of a learning curve. For example, I did run into issues getting some applications to work due to downloading the wrong package. Debian packages, snap packages, and Flatpaks will all work on Kubuntu. But I figured, okay, well, Debian makes the most sense since Kubuntu is based on Debian. But then after I installed OBS, I realized I had no option to select the display that I wanted to screen capture. The solution? Use the Flatpak installer, apparently. Okay, but where? The top result, as far as I can tell, doesn't convey that it's a Flatpak. Oh, right. I need to enable Flatpak search. Except that wasn't the solution either, because Wayland, which Kubuntu uses as part of its desktop environment, has a privacy thing built in that no-likey screen capture. Now, it can be worked around, but threads like this one are a great example of how troubleshooting can often be a guess and check experience, because there are like 5 different solutions in here, and I actually can no longer remember which one worked. Of course, though, it's important to point out that every problem that we're having with Linux can also be a problem with Windows.
But the fact that Microslop is also bad doesn't mean that we shouldn't be honest about issues or like level of tinkering required with Linux. My laptop, for example, running Mint and a very simple use case of basically just loading a browser, hasn't required any tinkering this whole time and hasn't really had any problems. My desktop running CachyOS, I've intentionally tried to like put myself in harm's way and ran into some really complex scenarios that have been fun to diagnose and work through. But there are things that are quite simple on Windows and very easy to do that are more complicated on Linux. And that's okay. But trying to hide that fact in order to recruit more Windows users to join the community, I think does more harm than good, especially when they are, unfortunately, fairly often met with hostility from the community when they then run into these problems and are unequipped to deal with them. I think there are some obviously extremely bright lights in the Linux community that bring a lot of hope and joy and fun to the whole experience of learning Linux, but there is a lot of negative communication on forums, on Reddit, elsewhere. It's very off-putting for new Linux community members, which we're going to be seeing a lot more of soon, to receive that type of energy. The biggest thing that didn't work for me was just software compatibility, but with some time and effort, I did manage to find either an alternative way to get the Windows native version working for my admittedly somewhat basic software suite.
I didn't. I use Adobe Premiere for editing, and one of the many fun ways that Adobe is kinda ass is that it just doesn't work on Linux. Now, I tried messing around with Bottles a bit, which allows you to run Windows software on Linux. But that was obviously still a no-go, which then sent me looking for alternatives. DaVinci Resolve has a Linux build, though it's only officially supported on Rocky Linux of all things. Still, Rocky Linux is a lot closer to Bazzite than Windows is, so maybe? And yeah, after 2 hours of trying, I got her up and running, but not the way I thought. See, I just tried installing it like a Windows application. Download and run. But Bazzite, as I learned, is an immutable operating system similar to SteamOS. This means core operating system files and permissions are locked down in such a way that the user either can't screw them up, or they can, but then they'll reset themselves after a reboot. Unfortunately, this same lockdown applies to some software installers, which then means that they can't alter the files that they need to. The solution was for me to beat my head against a wall until I found this 6-minute video about a simple command to run. Hey, software installed. But then I ran into the same problem as Poppy Playtime. Depending on the file that I was trying to play or export, it wouldn't work. Frickin' curse you, video codecs. So I then tried Kden Live, which is fine for basic editing, but if I want to be a power user, it's just not quite there yet. And for stills, neither is GIMP. You know what? I'm gonna be the one to say it. GIMP sucks.
With that said, I still want to emphasize the gratitude that I feel, and you, Elijah, I know you feel it too, toward the open source community. Whether it's applications, or drivers, or Linux in general. The fact that people are stepping up against the corporate overlords who are limiting our choices, feasting on our wallets, and then spying on us for good measure is amazing, and it's admirable. However, context matters. And when we're evaluating the experience of switching to Linux, we're doing so from a user perspective. And so we do have to point out things that might not be ideal. Just try to understand that it comes from a place of love and appreciation, not from a place of hate. Everybody involved in the Linux challenge today is rooting for Linux to succeed. And it's actually been really exciting to see so many social media posts of people who have joined the challenge alongside us, even though we didn't ask anybody to. But as exciting as all of that is, part of succeeding in this is taking off the blinders and being honest about the areas where things need to improve. And it's actually been pretty cool to see that some of our observations are already resulting in clearer documentation that's going to help pave the path for future users. Now, I know we're releasing part 2, like, way past the 1 month point already. Elijah was busy fixing our environmental chamber, among other things, but we do still have more videos lined up for the series, and as you guys can see, even though we're past the month, there will be some surprises in the future parts. Part 3 is going to have us do some fun challenges, and then part 4 is going to be the conclusion, where we sit down on the couch together and talk about our final thoughts. Oh, and we'll probably also talk about our segue to our sponsor, Threat Locker.
Cannot get this monitor to level today.
When you do something every day, it becomes second nature, whether that's driving,
Cooking a meal,
Or even riding a bike.
but when you're just diving into a new hobby,
It can be really tough to know if the issues you are experiencing are your fault or
Are you
the
going through a
fault of
tough
your
time?
tools.
which is the premise of this video. Linus, Elijah, and I are going to be completing tasks on our Linux computers. Are we the problem?
or is there something about Linux that can make things more difficult?
And our users range from lifelong Windows users
To Linux dabblers,
To slightly longer term Linux dabblers.
and our tasks range from things that should be dead simple on Windows because we either know it already or because it's easy to figure out.
to ones that would require a bit of tinkering, even if we were in a comfortable environment.
So here we go, starting with our first task. Segue to our sponsor.
WhisperFlow. WhisperFlow is a voice-to-text that works in every app on every device. Wherever you can type, WhisperFlow works. Just speak how you normally would, and WhisperFlow will do the writing and formatting for you. Learn more at the link down below.
While a major focus of the Linux Challenge is the gamer's perspective, a core benefit of choosing a PC over something like a game console is that you can do a lot more than just game on it. And if we want to make the argument that Linux is a valid Windows replacement, non-gaming tasks need to be relatively quick, or at least painless enough that the average gamer doesn't get scared straight back into Microsoft's corporate embrace. With that in mind then, we had to lay out some ground rules. For instance, using a virtual machine with Windows inside of Linux to run apps is totally an okay thing to do for an average user. But is that really aligned with the spirit of the Linux Challenge? You guys don't want to know how well I Windows, and besides, we're trying to avoid using Microsoft software, right?
Our second rule is that we set a time limit of 15 minutes per task because, like anyone else, we have other things to do today. And honestly, if it goes much longer than that, it's clear that either the hammer or the holder is the problem.
ChatGPT. Okay, meme about it all you want, but it's been an invaluable resource throughout the Linux Challenge 2026. Add a startup program to Pop OS. Go into my settings, a startup, applications, add an app, put that Among Us in there. Boom, let's test it. Rebooter computer. I am among the Linux users. Let's go.
Okay, I found auto start. There's Discord, which says not running because I closed it, but does start up. So I'm gonna click remove entry. And now there is no user specified auto start items. Done.
Let's just search startup. Auto start. Oh, auto start. That's probably gotta be something. So I see Steam. Let's add Discord. I can double check all that. Okay, well now we should test it. Okay, I'm gonna reboot my computer. One moment, please. Oh, I saw the startup. Start it up, it's just muted. Hey, there we go. Or it was just minimized. Task 1 completed.
By far the best thing about me is just how Linux pilled I am. When I get up, I eat open source for breakfast. When I go take a I shit that open source right into the toilet. And then, the next day, I do it all over again. After sleeping, a restful sleep, dreaming dreams of open source.
I don't think they'll mess up due to a grudge, because then you just say, okay.
My name's literally Linus. I actually had to do this when I was on my trip in Korea. I'm already familiar with what to do. No, I don't want to charge. I want to transfer images. I actually had a little bit more luck with that than the transferring files one. Mind you, that was on my laptop. Samsung Android, internal storage, DCIM.
And if they do screw you over, sue them.
And videos. Yo! When I go take a shit, I shit that open source right into the toilet. Actually, I misspoke. My body absorbs all the open source and gets rid of anything that was not open source waste when I go to the toilet. I'm sorry, that was...
Hello, I'm gonna lie on my resume and see how that goes. I need a USB cable, and that USB cable will honestly really help me with accomplishing this job. I'm gonna do a really good job. I have no experience in the field that I'm applying for because all the experience that I have is like stopping Linus from walking off cliffs. Internal shared storage, okay. Is it DCIM, camera? I'm going to open file manager, go to my videos area, drag this into there, copy here.
All right.
It's there, and that's the video.
Please consider me for the job. I'm very cool. I have a cat who's interrupting the shoot. Hi, buddy. He has water all over his nose. Apple iPhone 5. Not quite, but we'll count it if it works. It's detecting it as a camera, though. It's not like detecting it as a file. USB device removed. I didn't touch it. I thought this one would be easy. To plug an iPhone into Bazite, especially on handhelds like ROG Ally. AI overview, you suck ass. Where did this come from? I don't want to plug it into the ROG Ally.
I mean, honestly.
YouTube video? Someone telling me how to do this? The first result is about how to do it to Windows. That's not what I Googled.
Like, legitimately, if someone's screwing around with your computer, you shouldn't be buying from them in the first place, and you've already given them money. All you can do is get what you paid for.
Please.
And if they refuse to give you that, then you don't really have much choice but to start looking at the
It is.
Legal
device synchronization.
repercussions.
This might be an app I can download. Do you think that violates the spirit of like no cloud services if it's a direct peer-to-peer connection? I'll let you guys decide in the comments. Oh wow, I found it right away. Discovered devices, Bazite, to start pairing. Accept. Oh, there we go. On my iPhone, I want to send... That's a picture of my passport. Editor, please don't include that. Oh, receiving file. Open. Hey! But it also doesn't change the fact that I wasn't able to connect with a USB just like that. It was for some reason showing up as an iPhone 5 PTP mode. What does that even mean?
I'm not gonna lie, I did not try to edit any video through at any point in the challenge on any of my systems. So I'm just gonna go straight for DaVinci Resolve. Oops, no. Yeah, I ain't doing all that. You know what? Let's just try this. Ooh, I'm gonna go with Flowblade. I mean, that looks like a video editing interface. You gotta be willing to try stuff. That is definitely something that I think has changed in my attitude since the first Linux challenge. Is in the first Linux challenge, I wanted to know the right way to do stuff. And this time around, I'm just like, I'm gonna click on shit. What's the worst thing that could happen? You could delete your whole desktop environment and the whole internet could get mad at you. Okay, there's my 24-second clip.
By far the best.
Wow! Blade. Delete. Okay, let's move this over.
When I go to the toilet afterward, my body has absorbed.
Or this is like the Linux equivalent to like manosphere garbage. Okay, file, export. Movie.mp4, let's go, boys!
When I go to the toilet afterward, my body...
Well, okay, it's not a great edit, but that's user error. The point is I exported a video, audio, functioning, and it was that fast. You might say I was in my Flowblade state.
The Pitavi video editor is what we're trying to go with. I have no idea how this thing works. Can I do it now? Oh. I'm gonna try something else. Kdenlive, okay, I've heard of that before. I can probably just grab it really quick. Uninstall, it's in, I have it already. Transform effect, cool. Yeah, where is that? Transform, got it. Now I need to cut it again, because I didn't do that technically. Okay, that was actually way easier this time, because now I know how it works. File, render, rendering to crashed. Height not divisible by 4. Okay, did it. I had to render out in a different format. Yeah, the format that I chose was not happy with something. I don't know, I'm not a video editor.
I already talked in part 2 about how I needed to use like Kdenlive. That's where I'm going right away. I can't open my file folder. Unknown code, error 1. Just trying to open my files. Okay, let me drag in the video. Sure, transcode. Failed to create file. Thank you very much, Kdenlive. I want to cut out the part where he's got water on his nose. It makes Token look bad. Cut. And then I'll get me laughing when he leaves. Boom. Oh, there's no ripple delete. Okay, file. Render. I'm just gonna put it back on the desktop here. Hey, it's done. Okay, let's go to my desktop and let's play it back. There, I cut out the part. Task complete. Easy peasy. Save? No, I don't need to save. Re-export. No, I don't need to save. I should have saved the file.
What's it called, Flowblade? Flowblade! As soon as I start typing SMB:// it gets mad. This could be a challenge. Ooh, SMB 4K. We're just going to try stuff. Man, I know I'm on the right track here. Here's where it's gonna mount to. I just have to navigate to it.
Cinebench and Furmark would be the two that I recommend using.
What's the difference between location and IP address? Blah, 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 blah. Change path, render. Yeah, this was the first hard one. Oh, yes, we're good. We're so back. Okay.
Play the video, confirm.
Play the video. Oh, I can play the video. Or wait, hold on. No, we have not actually confirmed yet. Okay, let's navigate to it the other way. Linus Pill. Uh-oh. No, it didn't actually go there. Oh, this is good. This is good. It's prompting me for my network credentials. This is good. Okay, oh dude, we're so back. Change path, render. Okay, this time I got it. There it is, there it is. I know what happened. Basically, the interface was a little bit confusing for me for this like mount system. When I mounted a new thing, I assumed IP address was where I needed to put like the IP address, but actually it wants me to put that in location, which is also an IP address location. Like, I don't know, they seem kind of redundant to me. To me, I thought location was like a label. Like I could just label it whatever I want. Because unlike on Windows, where your label is going to be like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, like through your drive letters, right? In Linux, it's more like you've got your mount folder, and then you can like put stuff there. So I thought this would be like what I was calling it in my mount folder, but instead it just makes a name for me. Users Linus Pill on address. I'm like, sure. You know what? I'm calling that a W. I'm calling that a W. Okay.
Well, I don't have a network drive that I can actually do anything with, but what I assume I would do is go into sudo nano /etc/fs tab and like mount it in here is what I think I would do. I don't think that's in the spirit of what they're asking me to do. And the birds agree.
If you remember from part 2, one of the challenges that I struggled with was actually mounting my network share. And this is one of the key things. Exporting files from GIMP or any other video editing software or just any software. I was having issues exporting it directly to my network share. I often exported it to my desktop and then dragged it over. But you know what? I got new NAS software recently. Maybe that'll fix it. I doubt it. I'm just huffing that copium pretty hard right now. I'm just gonna save it to my root here, which will just be Mechamothra. We're gonna title it network export and save. And then render. I think Kden Live crashed. I cannot even close it. As the industry says, I really fucked this one up. Wow, it's really not happy. It's not even like letting me force kill it. I'm clearly gonna have to like retry or find a new method to export it to the network share. See, this is what I was talking about in part 2 though. I can like find my network share right here, but I can't mount it. I can copy the location and then I can navigate to it, but can I mount this somehow? Oh, there's a video. Oh, I should have just gone directly to the Bazite documentation. I don't want to format. I don't want to make a partition. Nope, auto mounting. So that's in like a disk, manage disk location. But I don't think I can add a network share as a disk image. No, I can't. So this is a completely wrong video. Thank you for that.
Nice.
Like the average person reading this is gonna make their head explode, dude. Like it's making my head explode, and I know a little bit about computers. Holy cow. My brain is starting to hurt. How much time do I have left? I have a minute? I feel like I've actually done nothing. Okay, I'm just gonna go for it. We're gonna do this, paste. It just pasted in a completely different spot. Thank you for that. I can't even undo. Okay. No, okay, listen, I know that's my timer. Give me an extra minute. Audience, you'll give me an extra minute, right? I assume you said yes, okay.
Windows or Linux, my ass. I can use my phone. That's computer. Hold on, where is this machine? I haven't actually tried to remote into this. I've remoted out of this. Seriously, when did just like the type in the ID thing go away? Why is this so complicated now? Oh my God. 590405. I will have changed this by the time you watch this video. Don't bother. Save. This computer's or contact is already in your list. Well, where is it, smart guy? Did I have Parsec on here as well? Yeah, I did. Okay, I'm gonna grab a computer. Yeah, hosting is still not supported in the Linux Parsec app, or at least whatever version of it I have. Let me make it clear that nothing I'm doing right now should be considered an endorsement of TeamViewer or their nonsense business practices. How has this gotten so bad? Yeah, this just like didn't work. Okay. All right, AnyDesk, here we go. Display server not supported, Ubuntu, oh great. Does not fully support Wayland. Disable Wayland in the GNOME Display Manager to force Xorg. Okay. Displays, I mean, yeah.
That's time.
All right.
Error. I don't have another computer. Error.
Yes, you do.
Where?
It's on your desk right now.
My phone? Okay. Let's just randomly install stuff that ChatGPT tells me to do. Amazing, it doesn't exist. I forgot you can, I'm pretty sure you can do this with like Steam.
Are you remoted to the computer?
Yep.
Working on your phone?
Yep. Probably not what you're looking for, but I am technically controlling my computer from my phone.
Now, one of the ways I remote control my streaming PC when I'm away is I actually use Google Chrome's built-in remote management. I wonder if that works on Linux. Ooh, it wants Debian Linux. Bazite is not based off Debian. I'm still gonna try here. Chrome Remote Desktop, this was from 15 months ago, but it seems like an official Bazite post of some sort. You will need an RPM package and hope they have Wayland support, which I doubt. This same comment says we support Sunshine and Moonlight. Maybe we should try that. Open the terminal and type, "You just set up Sunshine." That sounds like an insult. Whoever wrote that command, you just set up Sunshine. You just set up -sunshine. Choose enable beta, disable service. We're gonna enable. Oh, it's still setting up. I think I launched Sunshine too soon, but it's clearly doing something. It's installing a bunch of crap. So I think while that's installing, I'm gonna get Moonlight set up on my Windows computer here so I could hopefully remote into it. God, this looks so sketchy. Attention, Sunshine detected these errors during startup. We strongly recommend fixing them before streaming. Fatal. Couldn't bind RTSP server port. Address is already in use. Well, it says they recommend I fix it. I mean, okay, let's try. That didn't work. Wait, I know my time just ran out. This is my streaming mouse. But as you can see, I am successfully controlling this with surprisingly low latency. Now, I'm pretty sure that's over the network, not my local intranet. I'm pretty sure this is going out through the internet, but I am successfully remote controlling this PC. I got that right on the buzzer. Holy cow, I'm counting that, because most of it was just waiting for it to download. So, cool. I've never used Sunshine and Moonlight before, but that was pretty easy.
Games with easy anti-cheat on Linux. Elden Ring. I mean, how am I even supposed to download a game in this time? Oh, dude, I forgot how fast my internet is. This is gonna be done in like 2 minutes. I got this. Boom, play. Here we go. Okay. Challenge accepted, challenge completed.
There you go.
I am playing Elden Ring.
Oh no, okay, it's doing this thing. This is like, if I'm ever gonna have a problem with a game, this is what's gonna happen, which is that I click the play button, nothing happens, and we're back. Okay, so I'm gonna try something, which is where I run Steam from the command line, and then I can kind of see what's happening on Steam's end through the command line window because of it doing this like silent error thing that's very annoying. See how it's like doing stuff over here? So I'm gonna click play, try to see what happens. Okay, something red happened. I think it's the drive that it's installed on. My internet's being super slow as it tries to re-download. We're only at 27%. We've been waiting here for a while. So this is clearly something you can do. I know for a fact that Arc Raiders runs. I've technically ran Arc Raiders on this system before. I've just done a bunch of things since then, and I didn't have a good version of it installed. So maybe we'll update later with me self-capturing running Arc Raiders or something else. But this is something that does work. There are games that run easy anti-cheat or other levels of heavier anti-cheat that do work on Linux. Those versions of anti-cheat just usually don't do as much. That's how they make it work.
This one I feel like I have an unfair advantage at. There's actually a game I play regularly that has easy anti-cheat that I know works on Linux. We are in game right now. The game has launched, no issue. And I would boot up into a game, but we are working right now.
Utilities. Disks. Intuitive. Format disk. Is this FAT32? Sorry, is this right? That's not FAT32. Okay, KDE Partition Manager. Let's try this. FAT12, FAT32, create. Yes, I can create, move, copy. Okay, so how do I do it? This file system does not support setting a label. Well, which one is it now? Oh, apply. Sure, apply pending operations. Okay, what did we do? New volume group, partition, new. Here we go, FAT32, let's go. Fatty32, all right. Hey, we're back on track. So if I go into utilities, disks, it's totally there. I still can't copy anything to it though. Failed to mount it for writing. So clearly there's more that I have to do here to like make it cooperate. I want 50% credit for it if it's a FAT32 drive that actually works. I want 50% credit, 30% credit. Yeah, I'll take 25% credit. Properties, yep, file system FAT32. So let's agree on 10% credit.
Oh, shit. I put in a flash drive that was not supposed to be in the bin that it was in. Okay, so KDE disk partition manager thing, pretty good. I can see the flash drive right here. I'm gonna right click on it. I'm gonna unmount it. I'm gonna go FAT32, I'm gonna label it okay, and then click apply, apply pending operations. I can see it's like redetecting it. It just finished. It's reloading my drives. I see it here now, it's FAT32. I go in there, there's a removable drive. Here it is.
Let's start by seeing if there's like a disk management thing here. There is. I see my thumb drive. I see GPT and MBR. I do not see
Oh man.
FAT32. Belina Etcher. Let's do this. Download Etcher. Downloading a lot today. That's one thing I've noticed. I like how this one answer is, hey, how do I do this? I scroll far enough down, it says you can do this on Windows. Thank you, Kyle Ghostbo. I appreciate it. Of course, the AI overview gives me Windows results. Okay, Linux. Use gparted. I've heard of that before. Is
I've
that
used
in the
gparted.
Bazite store? rpm-os tree install gparted. Oh, it's doing something. Checking out tree A5408E6. It wants me to reboot. It even tells me the command to reboot. Let's do that. System control reboot. Okay, we got gparted. Oh my gosh. I think I did it. How do I see it? Where'd it go? Wait, so if I like unplug this right now. Oh wait. Why is it pending? What is So wait, did that not actually do that? No, it didn't. Device, FAT32, add. It's pending.
Gotta run it, sir.
We shall wait again. Oh, my timer's going off. And it's still pending.
You have to execute it.
Did I do something wrong? Like, what is taking it so long to finish? Like, did I not hit save? It's not telling me like what it's doing. So I don't know if I did something wrong. Because if I hit close right now, it's like, oh, this is still pending. I just tried to. Well, I clearly couldn't do it. I got Gparted installed. What do you guys think? Is that a point?
You gotta execute it, sir.
Oh, man. I mean, I should get to the point, though. I should probably segue at some point to our sponsor.
WhisperFlow. Talking is fast.
For over a month, Elijah, Luke, and I have been daily driving some flavor of Linux. We showed you what we chose to install.
We talked through some of the roadblocks that we hit.
We even attempted challenges with varying degrees of success.
But now it's time for our final verdicts. Who will stay on Linux and who will go crawling back to Microsoft like a baby?
That's a joke, of course. These are just our personal experiences, and your year of the Linux desktop might come sooner or later than ours. There's no shame in either.
But one thing that we can say for certain is that the year is closer today than it was the last time these two did the challenge.
So true. It feels like Linux has been moving forward at the same speed that Windows has been moving backward, which is, I mean, both are pretty impressive. All three of us, spoiler alert, seriously considered staying on Linux rather than returning to that sinking ship. Just like we considered which of us would segue.
To our sponsor.
Privacy. They let you make virtual cards to help you control who charges you and when, and get peace of mind every time you buy something online. Click the link in the description and make privacy part of your daily routine.
I want to start by thanking everyone out there for your interest in this series, along with a special shout out for the folks who played along at home. Seeing the community rally around Linux shows me that at least some people really do care about important things like freedom, privacy, and owning their own stuff. We did a whole video discussing how the legitimate threat that Linux now presents is finally forcing Microsoft to wake up.
Oh, he grew. I haven't watched the Linus video in like
something.
3 months.
Take action.
So I guess he grew his beard
This is just
back.
proof once again that competition is good for absolutely
Because he had it
everyone
and then he shaved it off, and that was the last
So
time
with
I
that in
watched
mind,
it.
then,
He got braces,
let's
and
kick off with the highlights.
I just haven't been watching
For
his
me,
stuff.
the first one has got to be speed.
She is. I know she is 100% talking about someone else, and I don't know who she's talking about. But I know there is someone else that she is talking about that Naz and I used to watch, and I don't know who it is.
Maybe it's just general bloat. Maybe it's because everything doesn't have to check in with Copilot when I do literally anything. But Bazite just felt snappier than Windows, and quick application launch time made my system feel, honestly, brand new every single time I used it. I also did love how supportive the community was overall.
Jeez.
I lurked in the Discord a decent amount, and if you ignore the couple times that they shit on me before this challenge, the community seemed really keen on helping get new users the best Bazite experience possible. Saying that, there were some other things.
Nope. We're only doing positive right now. Positive things only.
Fine.
I think the biggest eye-openers for me happened every time I was back on Windows for some reason. Like when I jumped on the WAN Show laptop, for instance. I go to sit down and boom! Do you want to use Edge? Do you like Xbox gaming? Would you like a OneDrive subscription? No! Just like the last time you were all up in my grill asking me about it. It drives me freaking crazy. Like if Microsoft was a guy at college, he would be the kind of guy that the bartender would type up a thing and then show it to the girl sitting next to him. He doesn't take no for an answer. And I just found
Or yes. Remember my login? Just
he just doesn't listen.
yeah.
I just found that over the course of my month with Linux, my trust in it grew. And by comparison, my trust in Windows is just shattered at this point.
I think the main thing that I was surprised by was actually game compatibility. Because last time this was a pretty big issue. And for most of this challenge, you know, I started with every time before I was gonna launch a game, I loaded up a browser, checked ProtonDB, what are people doing to make it work?
Didn't believe ProtonDB.
Yeah. And then within, honestly, not that much time, I stopped checking. I stopped even checking force compatibility. I just started pressing play, and almost everything just worked.
It's like roulette, but 5 of the 6 chambers are full.
Yeah. It would almost always work. The problems were, I guess, no, we're only doing positive.
Yes, we are.
So I'll stick with that.
So what we can do is go to lmg.gg/floatplane, where some of the free-flowing discussion might end up on the cutting room floor, but I've got a few more things that are positive. I did a trip to Sony, where I was checking out a new TV, and I realized, oh no, I can't use their display source because it's got copyrighted films on it.
Sure.
So I needed something to output to it, and I was like, well, I have HDR footage, but do I have an HDR-capable device? And I went, oh gosh, it's my Linux laptop. Kubuntu handled it like a champ. Absolutely zero BS. Honestly, it was a better experience than Windows.
Wow.
I was floored.
For me, with Bazite, I actually found a lot of positives came from external launchers, which was honestly really surprising, because obviously Proton is very tied with Steam,
Sure,
at
yeah.
least online in terms of the narrative behind it, but there was times where I was able to get the Xbox launcher working, and I even managed to boot brand new Forza Horizon 6 on it.
Interesting.
Because
I didn't.
But we're not talking about that right now.
No. All right, we're gonna pause on this. I'm gonna grab some water. I guess turn the lights on. Look at that PlayStation, make sure it works, and then get that out of here.
This is a positive. All right. I think yeah. The other bit of positive is that it's just more fun. Like the problems that I'd run into on Windows for the last, honestly, years, like not a short period of time, has almost always just been really annoying.
I felt like they're problems by design, whereas on Linux, I feel like they're problems by we didn't get to that yet.
Your HDR thing is so polished because some person out there was just annoyed about HDR and made it awesome.
Yeah.
And just maybe someone hasn't been annoyed enough about the problem that you're dealing with right now, so it hasn't been made completely awesome yet, but you can probably fix it yourself.
Yeah. Shifting gears a little bit, as someone who has set up a lot of computers, the whole going through and getting the driver's rigmarole bothers me more than it probably should. And on Linux, it just isn't a thing. If you've got a recent kernel, it just, everything, my Wi-Fi, my Bluetooth, all of my crap mostly just works. And it blows me away that in the year of our Lord 2026, Microsoft can't have a similar experience with Windows Update.
Windows Update was actually like, I don't know, kind of fascinating. Like going from updating Mint and Cache to updating my Windows machine felt like I went back a decade.
Yeah.
Like it was not only are you not getting those driver updates, but it's also not updating just all the software on your computer.
In fairness to Windows, Chocolatey, Winget, these things do exist, and the Microsoft Store does exist. It just doesn't feel like part of the native experience. And the parts that do, like the Windows Store, feel crammed down my throat and like they come with downsides.
And like you're best off to try to avoid it.
And I mean, speaking of that, I actually enjoyed using the built-in like Bazite store. because it worked very well. There was no other ads shoved in my face. 9 times out of 10, I could probably find what I wanted.
You don't need to log in with your 2FA and then like randomly you have to log in again in the Minecraft launcher app that you downloaded from the Windows Store with the same credentials. Why?
Yeah, it was
just inherited.
It was awesome to actually use a store that I kind of liked.
Honestly, just the experience of getting software in general on Linux feels pretty good. Like updating with Pac-Man, you have the little animation of it like eating little bits as it goes along. It just like feels good. And then going to update Windows after only like a week, not only took forever, but it's not entirely clear like what's even going on. Things will sit at 99% for 10 minutes. And it's so rewarding when you go to update. I have this experience with Cashy all the time where it'll be like this big system update and it finishes and it's like net size change minus whatever, like it just got smaller. Like, what? Are you kidding me?
And even when things don't work, okay, this might be a bit of a controversial take, but I was blown away by how quickly I could solve things with an LLM.
Oh yeah.
Compared to like trawling endless, ancient forum posts, because that's the thing about Linux. Double-edged sword is it's moving really fast.
I know, Emily.
Which is great for it,
You told me.
getting better all the time, but not great for the archive of information that's out there on the internet. With something can be from 6 months ago and be completely irrelevant today.
I also found that I did a bunch of LLM usage with trying to learn how to use Linux, but I tried to use it as an educational tool instead of like an autocomplete. But FS tab, I was messing around in there, but instead of just like, I would ask it like, what should I put here? And it would tell me, but then I'd be like, okay, well, there's like 2 random numbers at the end. What are those? What does that mean? I'm like, what is this? It says no fail. What is it not failing? Why would I want it to fail?
I mean, speaking of fail, it's funny you brought up LLM because of how much people made fun of you in part 1 for using it to decide your distro. I was so scared of that kind of reception that I cautiously was like, I'm not using an LLM to solve my issues. I broke that after like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because I tried what you said. I went through like old forum posts, old Reddit posts or whatever, and hey, 6 out of 10 probably worked fine.
Yeah.
But those 4 out of 10 that didn't drove me nuts. So.
I also ran into the LLM just like gaslighting the heck out of me.
Oh, of course,
like,
of course.
It happens, but you have to be aware of that as well.
Now, we do have to move on, and I get it. Criticizing Linux feels a little bit like walking outside on a crisp autumn day to discover that some kind neighbor has raked all the leaves in your yard. Then tracking down that neighbor and explaining to them that you would have done it differently. However, we do have some ongoing sources of friction with Linux, even a month into our switch. Why don't we start with Luke?
Yeah, I've had some issues with my pressing my middle mouse button.
Yeah.
Which you might not think you use that often. I like scrolling that way on really long web pages.
I'm a middle mouse diehard.
Yeah.
I love it.
I don't know how many people are, but I am as well. And that just wasn't working anywhere. I figured out that that's a settings toggle that you can do in browsers. So I was able to solve that. But like in Baldur's Gate, the way that you turn the screen is you press in your scroll wheel and then rotate the screen.
Well, one of the ways you turn the screen.
But I just rebound the middle mouse version to a single key because it just wasn't working at all. And I ended up looking into this, and it is a thing with Linux where drag select copies whatever you select, and then pressing in the middle mouse wheel pastes it. And it's just like, okay, but I don't want that. And I tried to look up some resources online and then just figured out that, oh, okay, I can just change the settings in the browsers. That's 95% of what I need to change here.
Yeah.
Another annoying thing that I had is I didn't get Forza 6 working. There's kind of an issue here that I don't run into when I'm troubleshooting things on Windows, which is I couldn't tell if this error was because I was running Linux or if this error was just an error with the game.
That's a really good point. Whenever you're doing something unsupported, and let's face it, Proton, even though it's super cool and magical, is effectively, from the game developer standpoint, an unsupported use case. Yeah. You have no way of knowing, is this just me? Is this my weird flavor of Linux? Is this the game? Is it my hardware?
I mean, speaking of things that don't just work sometimes, for me, it was search. And search on Bazite was surprisingly terrible.
This is not the direction I was expecting this conversation to go.
To be very clear, Windows search, absolute ass as well. In fact, probably worse than Bazite.
Okay.
But the problem is that Bazite/Linux, I believe this is probably under the whole roof, they sometimes make things different just for the fact of being different from Windows.
I do get that sometimes.
And so when I would type the word sleep to adjust my sleep settings, and because I type sleep enter, my computer would go to sleep. That is a habit I still have not broken. It's such a minor thing, but it paints the bigger picture that I'm talking about.
The hard thing about a lot of these frustrations is they could be like habit-based or based on just sort of the logic of operating systems that you're used to, like your middle mouse expected behavior. Yeah. And I don't know how to solve that, right? Because on the one hand, you don't want all Linux distros to just be Windows clones. Like, that's the whole point. That's what we're trying to get away from. But on the other hand, if they're too different, it's hard for you to confidently look at someone in your life who uses Windows or Mac OS and go, yes, I recommend this Linux, fully acknowledging that I'm going to be the tech support for it when you run into problems with it. Which I guess is part of why so many different distros do need to exist, even if that itself may continue to be a pain point for Linux and for me in particular. Enter any Linux distribution conversation, and you will find at least half a dozen people who are confidently declaring that their one distro to rule them all would have solved all of your problems, and it'll be half a dozen different distros. So clearly, right, like whether I'm expecting a Windows clone or whether I'm expecting something totally different, not all of them can be correct. And that's something that I find difficult anytime I encounter like a hyper passionate community. The Linux user base, I think if I had to summarize it, is weird because collectively, the community is actually really great. And individually, they're really great. Usually. But it's like the little cliques, the little tribes that form, and then things get kind of toxic. But even that, I feel like it comes from a good place. Like, my goal of choosing a single distro for all of my machines was probably a mistake. And the people berating me for not choosing their better distro, the only reason they were going at me was because they wanted me to have a good Linux experience. Yeah. Not the right way to be welcoming. I have one last gripe. Display capture in Wayland, I wish it could be simpler. I ran into pairing issues with my Xbox controllers.
Display capture in general is a little bit clunky on the Linux side. I was like a little bit surprised you didn't.
I use Ubuntu regularly when I'm like doing stuff here around the office. I'll probably have to try Bazite. Yeah, Emily, I'll be on Monday.
Do your streaming setup originally, that was probably the right call.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go like 2 months without streaming.
Yeah. Well, no, I've been streaming and
Sure.
it's been fine, but I have to kind of reconfigure things. Like I'll open up OBS and every single one of my desktop capture sources will reload and be like, what do you actually want to capture? It doesn't remember from last time. There might be a way to solve that. It doesn't take me that much time to reconfigure it, but when I was back on Windows, I open OBS and I click Start Stream. It's just a little bit smoother, but it only takes me 30 seconds to fix it. It's not the end of the world, but that also lies in that area where it only takes me 30 seconds to fix it, so I'm not going to spend the half an hour that could make it so that I never have to spend the 30 seconds again, because that's probably possible.
Yeah, I'd say the like 30 to 120 seconds is the danger zone for problems. The I will never fix it time frame.
I'll just do this forever.
On the subject of unfixable things, there was one final gripe for you, I believe.
Yeah, it was some software. The Proton compatibility layer has made incredible progress. Even actually during our last couple of months, it's improved a lot. But it can't do anything about developers who block their games on Linux. And there was one gaming experience that was really negative on Linux, but only partially because the game itself didn't work. You see, I was really excited to play Marathon. Wait, shush. I was excited, okay? I don't care what you think. Deal with it.
I don't even care.
I was just gonna say, there's no way he's played it. There's no way.
Anyways, we started this challenge literally 2 days before Marathon came out. And of course, it has kernel level anti-cheat that does not work on Bazite. And I was really bummed out, and I kind of just ended up venting about it online. and I was shocked at the number of people who responded with levels of copium that can only be described as delusional, or who directly messaged me telling me to stop hamming up this drama so that way I could make Linux look bad.
Yeah, why do you hate Linux, Elijah?
It's all my fault.
And
right?
hot dogs.
I love hamburgers. And it's a big problem because most people will not switch to Linux unless those games are working. And devs aren't going to prioritize the Linux development, if people don't switch over. I don't know the solution for this, but I do know that staying quiet and pretending it's not a problem isn't the solution.
Yeah, you just shouldn't want to play that game.
No, I'm gonna get loud because I'm gonna put pressure on developers.
Yeah. And the good news is that more games work than don't on Linux. And I know both myself and Elijah have been trying more games because of that. Like sometimes I'll be like, oh, does that work? And it's kind of exciting to even launch it. There's so much to explore both in the ecosystem itself and in the game.
And it can be really fun. Like, in a way, I do see where people were coming from on the marathon thing. Sorry, I do. They just came at the person instead of talking through the issue. You are not crazy if you want to play the third part of the Final Fantasy VII remake on the PlayStation 5. That's not crazy. You're not crazy if you want to play Marathon on a Windows machine. But it's also not crazy to see Linux as a platform separate from those things that supports these games. And framing everything in terms of what it doesn't support, I can see how people would find that kind of toxic. And I can see how you being blamed for a game you want to play, you might find that pretty toxic.
Yeah.
I'm going to both sides this one.
This is honestly what largely pushed me more and more towards LLMs throughout the process, is that I would be having, no, but seriously.
Damn, that's an absolute truth bomb here.
I'm being completely honest.
I talk to LLMs because people are worse.
Meta is so happy right now.
Okay, so the reason why was because I would be having fun with my experience. I would be messing around with things, enjoying toying with Linux. Like there was genuinely times where I would sit down at my computer fresh, excited to tackle something that I ran into the previous day because it reminds me of old school computing where you tinker with your system and you work on things.
I just talk to my wife all night.
For
literally all we did.
And I'd be messing around, and then I'd go, oh, okay, I need to look up something, and I'd end up on some Reddit thread, and it's just 400 comments of people going at each other's throats, and I'm just like, what? Sorry, I was having a good time. I don't. What is happening here? A lot of the information on the internet right now is centralized
no, Emily, I
on
definitely
Discord,
would not,
which
because
is
you're not my wife.
practically unsearchable, or Reddit, which is,
I think, inherently flawed.
A rough place to go. So like if I couldn't find something in a select kind of few different places, Level 1 text forum is a fantastic option there. If I could find something there, I would read it, I would go through there, that was a good experience. But if I searched something and it was like 7 Reddit threads in a row is all that came up, I would just be like, okay. And I would go over to an LLM and just try to figure it out.
Yep, they've been slowly increasing the prices.
One of the things I really miss from Windows is Windows Hello. Just easy, quick to set up biometric authentication. And this guy right here, shout out this guy, is a classic example of the kind of toxic non-answer that is going to end people's personal Linux challenges.
She's fine, Emily.
I do want facial login because I like the convenience. This is not your choice. This is my choice.
I found that attitude as well sometimes with people telling me I don't want to do certain things or I should have these as solutions instead. For example, when I complained about not playing PUBG in part 1, do you know how many people commented saying, hey, use GeForce Now? And I'm like, dude, I'm trying to get away from Microsoft, whether it's because of the ad-infested hellhole that it's become or subscription-based services, and you turn around and tell me to use a subscription-based service. Like, excuse me?
Hey, I meant to check in with you.
Yeah.
My non-native Teams app actually worked really well for me the whole month until the very end when I ended up in a login authentication loop that I couldn't get out of. And that happened to be when I was like...
Well, there's a lot. The other thing with the reason that they're $100 is because there's more technology in them than the basic Microsoft controller, and they're not. You end up with this thing of manufacture of scale. When Microsoft makes 500 million controllers and Steam makes, 2 million, the cost is inherently going to be higher.
Reformatting to Windows anyway, but I was wondering, how did yours end up working?
Mine ended up improving pretty significantly over the course of the challenge. So we had like opposite arcs.
Nice.
Most of my issues with it, I think, really are just teams.
All right. This brings us to the big moment.
Yeah.
One at a time, starting with Eli. Who is staying on Linux?
I am, but not on Bazite. I'm actually going to be swapping over to CachyOS.
Hey!
Immutable operating system ended up coming back to bite me in the butt a little more
that might be a
in the later half. Yeah. Saying that, I am going to be dual booting.
Yeah.
I'm going to be trying to make Cachy my primary, but as someone who wants to stream the latest and greatest games, I can't have it be an issue and a block to not be able to play Marathon. Windows is going to be a dedicated, basically just Steam launcher, so that way I can play some games that don't work on Linux.
Well, you do some video editing as well, right?
I do. Muffin. That would be another thing. Yeah, I had issues with video editing in part 1 and part 2. I just ended up paying video editors.
So wait, you weren't willing to subscribe to GeForce Now, but you would hire a person as a workaround.
Yeah. Hey, I gave someone a job.
One last remaining question. You said you're having fun. Is that the primary reason you're switching? Is because it's been more fun?
No. The primary reason I am staying mainly on Linux is because Microsoft. When I have been actually only on Windows for the last 2 months because I didn't want to kind of give away that this is what I was going to do. My time on Windows has been really frustrating. There's been a lot of moments, like Linus pointed out, where I'd turn the computer on and it would bring me through 3 or 4 prompts, and I'm just like...
All full of dark patterns, like...
I don't care about being edged for Microsoft Edge. Like, stop it. Like, let me just play my video games, please.
Yeah, I'm staying, and I'm staying on both systems. So I switched my laptop over for this challenge to Mint. That has honestly been like the biggest W. There has been 0 loss. I have had 0 drawback to Windows. I think it is only better. But a lot of that comes down to the use case is so simple.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting in a browser. Every once in a while, I need to sign a PDF.
My Steam Deck sits in my living room, and whenever I want to play a game, like, I just gotta take some time, install it. It's not nearly as good as some of the other Windows-based options as far as performance goes, but for the most part, it's fine.
While I need to open a document, both those things I can easily do. Other than that, I'm sitting in a browser. Every once in a while, I'll be like on a plane and I want to play Slay the Spire. No problem. It can do all that kind of stuff. I've literally never ran into an issue. But anytime I'm using another laptop on Windows,
yeah, we're about to look at a PlayStation 3, Emily.
Machine. So that's like a clear W, and I don't honestly think right now that I'm like ever going back. On the desktop, it's a bit of a mixed bag, more similar to yours. So I have divided my machine kind of in half at this point. Yeah. So I have...
I think actually we're going to do a video on his kind of unique dual boot setup, so make sure you get subscribed.
I was given a 1 terabyte for this challenge, which is actually running the distro.
You know, you're supposed to give that back.
Yeah.
That's staying in there forever.
To be fair, I was going to do the same thing.
Yeah, thanks, Linus.
This is the payment for us having to do this for the last month.
As for me, I was
have the base
very
one.
surprised to
I
discover...
have like serial number like 500 of them. Like I have a very, very, very low one of the originals.
Yes, I can. I could. Linux is ready. And I think soon I will be too. I ran into so many moments throughout the last over a month. I mean, I didn't even bother removing my Linux installs after 30 days. I was pleasantly surprised so many times by how well something worked. But the compatibility barrier is still a tough one. If you're willing to be a Linux gamer, it's easier than it's ever been. There is so much to play that works either perfectly or well enough on Linux that if you start with, here's the platform that I have, I want something to do, it's easy. It's a very console-like experience, and I actually mean that in a really positive way. However, I don't buy many consoles, and I do almost none of my gaming on the ones that I do. And if you want the broadest compatibility, and you don't want to think about it at all, Windows is still the king, especially if there's a social element to your gaming, and if your group happens to want to
Has Ramrod showed up today? Love Muffin, you guys here?
play something that isn't Linux pilled.
Like Marathon.
Another aspect of this, and the reason that I actually did just switch my system, is because
Yeah. When you get a sec, can you go leave a review for the coloring book, please? We're trying to, without spending money to do advertising to promote it, we're just trying to get it to slowly work its way up.
as a reviewer, the vast majority of the stuff that I need to do is Windows native. And so if I have a new Logitech Superstrike X2 mouse or something, and I'm supposed to be using it and evaluating it, and what? I'm just going to give only the Linux perspective and hope that the third-party app that maybe will interface with this brand new hardware is good. No, come on. Be real. I need to be on Windows. I need to install the native app so that I can evaluate this hardware. And that happens a lot for me. With everything I just said out of the way, though, I'm not ready to go back to vanilla Windows either. It has been so refreshing to not be bothered a single time over the last couple of months that I happily extended my time without even thinking about it.
I think I just need a day.
And I think that my happy place
That's what I got
is going
right
to be
now,
to try and find the middle ground. I want to hang out in the Windows deep loading community for a bit. Then if I can't make that work, I might distro hop for a few months and settle on Linux. I sincerely hope that by that time, Valve is ready with an NVIDIA capable SteamOS, because I am like super SteamOS pilled still. I did end up with that in my home theater room, and it just like, it's the most.
Yeah, I was just asking if you could like leave a review with your Amazon accounts. That's all. And she said yes.
Most console-like of all of the gaming experiences on PC, and it's just pretty freaking cool. And now here's a cool segue to our sponsor.
Privacy. Privacy virtual cards create.
If you guys enjoyed this video, maybe go watch.
All right, let's look at this thing. Now that we got the office cleaned up. We can use my fancy green knife to open some boxes. And then we can do some testing to make sure this thing works. Go from there. Hey, that's right. I forgot. It comes with Modern Warfare 3. We got a controller. We get it over the desk and we'll test it up. What's going on, Arnold? Things are going. Rip what, Master? Yes, that's what the guy had. Do you not remember this, Master? The one that we spent all that time working on and it was just full of like dead bugs? This is like less than a week ago. You were here. You even commented on it while I was working on it. This HDMI port's on its last legs, I can tell you that much. Yeah, it's the one that was crashing with Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie, why did I say that? It's crashing with Ratchet and Clank. We did that whole deep clean on it. Like, took it apart, repasted everything. I was asking you questions about it the whole time, and you were actively talking. Maybe. Tell you this HDMI port does not feel good. I have another one. You can switch it over. Yeah, this HDMI port isn't great. That's the only downside. Is it a different setting? Oh. The way to just reset the console? Might just do that. Well, I was just going to the system reset. it still looks super low quality. I got it, Lee. Hey, there it goes. Also, because it costs them millions of dollars a year to print them. I have no idea what I'm doing. The auto aim on this is severe. Like, I'm not going to touch the mouse at all. The joystick. Whoa, there's someone behind. How'd you get behind me? All right, this thing is working like a charm. You're right. That explains Ram's personality. I need to remember to clock out at night. I am very bad at doing that. Hey, this is Chris over at the computer repair shop. I got that other PS3 in. Seems to be running pretty well. You can come down and pick it up. The total cost for everything for this system was $150. So when you get down here, we can talk about it. All right, have a good one. Bye. What about yours, Emily? Your RAM isn't a human being. What do you mean? I was making a joke about Ram hitting his head too many times, Emily. All right, let's put this in his box. I don't know, Emily. I think we have different personalities. You're way more friendly than I am. And you're way nicer than I am. It takes 48 hours before they're approved. That's my review. This is Chris. Yeah. So just want to kind of run through it. What you're getting with this is you're getting the PS3, an extra power cord, an extra HDMI cable, Modern Warfare 3, an extra controller, and a USB charging cable. So yeah, I found someone that had a tested unit that I visually saw them test, and then just had them ship that. And you don't want to get rid of the other one, because if there's any parts we need off of the one that isn't working anymore, we can just move them over. All right. All right, cool. That's fine. I'm not going to throw it out or anything, man. You can just come whenever you have the ability to. Absolutely. All right, have a good one. Bye. He actually, like, the guy's vocal tonations aren't very positive or negative. He's just kind of matter of fact, but he genuinely seemed excited when I said it comes with Modern Warfare 3. I'm remembering that Modern Warfare 3 was the GOAT. I had forgotten about that. No, I think 3, because 3, I enjoyed 3 much better than 2. Let me blow this thing out real quick. Emily, we have very different personalities. I'm not saying you're like a bad person or something. I'm just saying we're just different people. Very different personalities. Yeah, looks pretty good. Let's go get that compressor turned off. The only reason you're hard to deal with is because you won't just sit still. Has he started hitting you with the Loctite lids yet? You just put a dot of Loctite in one place? Not if the jar is glass. You can't cross thread. Well, I do the same thing. It's 100% always accidental. Thank you for following. What are you thinking about with that, Master? I mean, it's not every day you send me a link to a tool cart. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, I agree. It is a good deal. But that's probably like old Craftsman, before Craftsman was owned by Lowe's and is being made to the cheapest dollar in China. Possibly. Oh, I thought you were talking about like the old Craftsmen that were like actually decent. I have 3 of those old school Craftsmen. We're gonna have to do like a garage day for me where I just spend the day in the garage just cleaning stuff. Hi, Mama. Huh? You cut yourself? You want to come sit down and I'll get it on there for you? Yeah, you're right, Ramrod. Go sit down.
I'm gonna sit on a chair up there.
It's a little high. Just sit down, man. How you doing today?
Okay.
That's good.
You?
I want to go back to bed.
You can't do that. You need that stuff marinating for your cookout tonight.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it's all sitting in the fridge.
Didn't realize I was getting in the car after I got gas.
You're just checking to see if you got any on the dress. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, do not stop the blood thinners. Yeah. Melinda's like, your body can't rebound like that. You stop it, your blood will clot. Like, that's why whenever you stop the blood thinner, you start taking Lovenox. Like, they happen at the same time.
Oh, see, now why I don't do that when I do my Botox.
Yeah, you do. Every single time you've done your Botox, you give, like Melinda is the one who pointed this out, you give her a bag of needles that you've used. Because the Lovenox...
That's when I do my big surgeries. Anything that takes 5 days, I get a bridge, not 3 days.
You should always be getting a bridge. Because what can happen is your body in that time period can just start clotting. So...
Because the doctor asked me, he says, can we do 5 or 3? I go, we do 3 for thing, but he's never given me, oh, it's still bleeding.
It's not.
Oh, you didn't,
I'm not, it's scabbed.
thank you. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's scabbed. So I wasn't going to take the scab off.
No.
As long as you're here, let me put a new Band-Aid on your back. Actually, you can't, can you? No, we'll just do it on Monday.
I can pull my dress up.
Okay. Yeah. Melania just said, yeah, you need to go see someone who deals with wounds, because looking at it from the outside, it looks fine, but it's not.
No, if you keep getting stuff, no.
And if I touch it and it's solid as a rock again, no bueno.
That good?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this thing is solid AF. Yeah. You get some of that spray stuff that neutralizes this. Yeah, this thing's just covered in blood. I don't know what Nurse Simon was thinking. Melinda said it's not her job. She doesn't deal with, there you go, doesn't deal with wounds. It's not her specialty.
She sent me to somebody.
Melinda didn't know what it was
No. I mean, Paris Simmons.
because it looked visually, it just looked fine. I don't know. What's going on, standard user? Yep. This is starting to come together.
Is that high in there?
Yeah. And where?
Where you put it on the
Yeah.
shelf there?
That is the right height.
It only holds one. And look how many you have.
What do you mean? Each one holds one.
Yeah. But look how many you got here.
Yeah. This is like, I still have another 2 sections of this to go, Mom. I don't know what you're...
She said she doesn't know how many it's on the floor.
The ones on the second shelf don't go in here. This is just for laptops.
What's on the table?
Laptops.
What's on the third shelf down?
The third shelf down is laptops. Fourth shelf is desktops.
You're going to be making more of these to go for two tiers.
No. It's fine.
Huh.
Like the desktops, the desktop motherboards will not fit in here.
I know.
They are physically too large.
Do you know how many?
It'll be fine, Mom. And you could not come up with a better solution. So this is what we went with. I designed something and I've been printing it. Bye, Mom. Did you just hit yourself in the head? Why will you not go down? Excuse me. Sure. How about this? There is a charity gaming event that goes on every year. I, for the life of me, cannot remember what it's called right now. Extra Life? Extra Life, maybe? Does that sound right? The next Extra Life event, I will commit to doing a 24-hour retro game day, where all I do is retro games. I pick a console and I do a console. It's 24 hours divided by 3, so I'll do 8 consoles over 24 hours. We'll do 3 hours per console, and we'll play the games that I already own, and we'll do some prep for it, get the consoles ready, and then I will donate. I basically what it'll come down to is I'll match whatever donations you guys make. Okay? We'll do that. I haven't done an Extra Life in a long time, so. I'm putting together my motherboard shelf, Emily. This thing has just been sitting on my back table. Just gonna cleaned up a little bit. Trying to actively get some stuff done so I feel accomplished. Well, it's time for me to order some more of this stuff. November? Yeah, all right. Why don't you go ahead and make a thread about it, Lee, on the Discord, and then I will post up all of the consoles and stuff that I have. And then we'll just kind of go from there. I will agree to do some emulation stuff as well. But I actually have like most of this stuff, so. And I will do a full 24 hours of emulation. Well, it's not a full week, right? It's you only do it over 24 hours. I mean, you can do it however long you want, honestly. But I will commit to doing a 24-hour event. I miss doing those. Like I did a couple last year that you guys really enjoyed. We were playing Dune. I like how that game came and went. I know, I haven't played Doom. I said Dune, Lee. D-U-N-E. You know, on the planet of Arrakis. Desert. I enjoyed that game. I just hated the fact that I had to get involved with clans and stuff to make meaningful progress. I was like, eh. And it's not like any of y'all were gonna play it. Or we could do it on the community WoW server. Do a 24-hour WoW-a-thon. Or I could pick some other random game that we all generally will have access to. And we level up, we do 24 hours. We see how high a level we can get in 24 hours. Maybe by then Lee will actually have his graphics card. Well, that's pretty rigid. Wish I hadn't just done that. This is my motherboard holder, like I told you 5 minutes ago. You asked me and I answered you, Emily. Hey! You gonna ask me again, Emily? Okay. This is my motherboard stand holder. Like I said, you asked me, and I told you right away. Did you see that the coloring book link was working, Emily? You were asking about it yesterday. Cool. Now you can see it. You getting ready to go to the airport? Oh, I don't care if you buy it, Emily. You were just asking about it. That's why I was asking. Yeah, that's a lot of money. Damn, Ramrod, why are you so expensive? Understood, Emily. This is Chris. The diagnostic is 35. Mm-hmm. Turnaround time is usually 48 hours. Just be aware I'm closed on Sunday, so if you were to drop it off today, it wouldn't be started till Monday. Okay. Yeah, I mean, your best bet would definitely bring it in. Let me take a look at it. Okay. Yeah, and I'll be here till 3 today. All right, have a good one. Bye. Geez, that's a desktop processor on a laptop motherboard. Of course it's an Alienware. What else would it be? Yeah, I understand, Emily. Go through a bunch of laptops, motherboards real quick. So if you want to go ahead and reach, it's available now. Let's go through these daggone motherboards. It is hot out there today. What's going on? You keep saying RAM, Emily. You know, like ramrod. So it's funny because it sounds like you're talking about ramrod. Now I'm aggravated. No, no interesting jobs today. I gotta go through all this. I'm gonna get rid of stuff. What do we got here? Those are fun. Gonna keep those. Intel Pentium. Garbage. Garbage. i5 6400. Garbage. Figure out what the heck I'm gonna do with that. This one's missing the socket entirely. All right, it's an all-in-one. DDR2. 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 Pentagon board. Jeez. I'm not gonna ever fix anything that's more than 20 years old, which is why all these boards are getting thrown out. A lot of these boards are very old. And that's what that pile is gonna be over there. So Lenovo Gaming. Yeah, so basically the easiest way to tell is if it's a removable CPU on a laptop, it's going to the recyclers. They're gonna make some money off of me this year. So be able to take this stuff, turn it around, and actually extract some precious metals out of it. What is this? Oh. I might keep this board. That is an Intel i7, the original. This is from 2013. Determined I'm going to keep one of every chipset here. So many processors back here. Let's keep. Also, if it has a 20-pin power connector, it's also a not cheap. Integrated CPU. Forgot how old some of this stuff actually is. We're gonna go through and we're actually gonna probably catalog all these guys. X99 SLI board. Freaking SSD on it. What the heck? These are OEM boards that I can look through. So I got them separated now. So this is going here. That old MSI Godlike. This one is here. We'll call the recycling company on Monday or Tuesday or whatever. Ow, that hurt. And oh, we will get this stuff out of here. At least now this stuff isn't just overflowing all over the place like it was. This was just all on the ground. All right, Emily. Yeah. We're gonna keep DDR3 and up. I have quite a few. Good, Pancos. How are you? I don't know. I won't know until... Like, I'm not going to be able to test all of these CPUs. Probably a fair amount of money sitting here. But like, there's a bunch of them, so we'll look at them and see what they actually are. Let's see what our first CPU is. Once you get under the hard, crusty exterior, it's all there. We have ourselves a Core i5 4590. Up next, we have ourselves an Intel Core i7 from 2008. So the original i7. i3 3225. i5 4570. i5 3330. i5 3470. We'll save the AMDs for later. i7 4770, the GOAT. This is like opening packs. Intel E8400, Intel Core 2 Duo. i7 4770S. Intel E7500 Core 2 Duo. i5 6400. Intel Pentium G5420, which is a more modern chip. And this one's going to be old. All right, Intel E5500 Pentium. Intel Core i5 4570. It's crazy how long the 4th gen. Fourth gen stuff. I have X99 chips. They're just not here. They're sitting back there. i7 4790. Yeah, I have a X299 sitting literally right next to me. It is a 6790, 6770, and I just ordered an i9 9900X. So this is a 3220. And I got a couple motherboards and a couple processors too. Intel Xeon E1230V5. That's actually surprisingly a little bit more modern than I expected. i5 7400. Yep. That's exactly what this, I think this chip. No. Pentium. Yeah, they did that quite often. They just dropped them out there, yeah. There you go, Intel Xeon. AMD Phenom 2. It's a bulldozer chip, isn't it? AMD A6 3600. AMD Athlon 2. AMD A10 7800. Thinking I want to make a wall of CPUs with like a little display case and everything. And another Athlon 2 that shows off all of the different CPUs and stuff like that. AMD Athlon 2. A10 7800. Athlon, first one. You know how much space that would take up, Pancos? And this way I can just display the CPUs. Maybe the memory. And the E2 3200. And this one here is just, there's an Optane SSD sitting in this for some reason. What's going on, 7 homeless guys? Good to know that 7 dudes that, you know, can't afford someplace to live find me gorgeous. Nope, that's it. I mean, I do have more. Just not here. They're just sitting back there. No, Emily. She's good, Em.
The X299 system has 9900X.
It will as soon as it arrives. Right now it has a 67, like it's a 6790, I believe is what it is, X. It's Asus Strix X299E.
Hendrik. Now
So what are you guys doing out there while I'm installing drivers?
Move, Big Blue.
Guy, relax.
And against. Back off, Guy. Make a move, Big Blue.
Guy, relax.
Hmm.
And again.
Exciting.
Back off, Guy. Make a move, Big Blue.
Guy, relax.
All right, we fixed this thing. Stupid random audio drivers installed. I asked my mom not to close this out. This is Chris. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. You just got to bring it in, and I need to order the actual encoder chip because I don't keep them in stock. It's $125 for the repair plus the cost of the encoder chip. They're usually like 10-15 bucks. And then turnaround time, it's just however long it takes for the thing to get here, and then I usually do it next day. Usually I say 3 to 5 days on shipping. Do you know where Gettle Toyota is on 41? I'm the stoplight directly south of that. And your best bet would be probably bringing it on Monday. Absolutely, have a good one. Bye. PS4. Question is whether the encoder chips on those are tied to the board. I don't think it is. Hey, Bonnie, it's Chris over at the computer shop. I got that computer fixed, so you can come pick it up. Thanks. Bye. What do you need the extension for? Extension cord for? Do this tomorrow.
The glasses are on. The man is happy.
Ask me again what group we're in.
What group are you in?
D is in damn, that was a fine performance.
Hmm. Let's see what all I have installed on my computer that shouldn't be. Why do I have Counter-Strike installed? Yeah, I need to do a clean and reinstall at some point. I don't know anything about phones, man. Wish I did. Why do I need Bing? I'm gonna go hang out with some friends, Emily. You're right. Why, Emily? You bored? Sure. Yeah. Dima. Yeah, Emily, I think you're fun to hang out with. Witchers don't age. Same stuff as last time, Emily. I seem like a doomsday prepper? What does that mean? Does it have a backpack? What does that even mean? Yeah, I don't know either, Ramrod. That was very strange. Don't know. I don't know who was talking about, Emily. And what's wrong with the extension cords in the garage exactly? All right, guys, everyone have a good weekend out there. I'm gonna go home. cut my wife's stuff. Bye, guys. I'll stream later, probably. I don't know. Goodbye.